Are we live now?
It's not showing.
Alright, are we live now? I think we are.
There we go.
Oh, Lord. Hey, I'm a noob. Sorry, y'all. Oh, Lord. I've been in here talking to myself for like 6 minutes. Oh, Lord have mercy. Alright, so I guess you guys missed everything. Dune 591, Nick, Arkansas FPV, welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have you. Oh, Lordy. That's embarrassing. So, I guess I'll just repeat everything that I just said for the past 6 minutes all to myself. But basically where I left off the other day was we got the stealth burner and everything, the extruder built, and started building the LEDs and installing the fans and everything for the stealth burner. And what I'd done off camera while I was waiting on my connectors, and again, sorry it was a short notice for the stream. Actually got some time off from work today. We were rained out, so I got to come home, and as soon as I pulled up, the Amazon man pulled up with the JST. These are JST PH 2.0 connectors, and it was really cheap on Amazon, so I grabbed a 580 piece kit. Figured I might need them some more in the future somewhere, who knows. But off camera, while I was waiting on everything, I had depinned this power distribution board right here for my fans and everything. I'm pretty confident in my soldering abilities and whatnot, so I just depinned this and went on and just clipped the wires and soldered them directly to the board. And I also like the fact that once I depinned it, I was able to see the silk screen printing and everything on that, so I could see what I'm connecting to. So I could see it's clearly labeled as part cooling fan, and I got 24 volts right here, and I'm assuming that the S stands for signal. We also have our LED soldered in, which is our data right here on the far right, ground in the middle, 5 volts on the far left, and then our hot end cooling fan right here. We've got the 24 volts on the far left and the signal on the right. So I went ahead and just did all that stuff and got it connected up really nice and neat. And we got us some proper cutters in here this time too. Since I was ordering these right here from Amazon, I went on ahead and found me some good wire strippers. Hey David, welcome to the stream. Hello. We had a little malfunction in the beginning. It looks like my stream health is good this time. I'm seeing a solid green going on without all that red. The CPU doesn't look like it's overloaded. I had to remove one of the webcams. I think it was just overloading my system. Either that or I didn't have the frames per second all correct and set up really good. We're not lagging or anything like that like we were last time, are we? Yeah, these will work much better. Yeah, these are the Klein Tools brand. I've already tested a little piece right here, and it snipped it really good. So I'm gonna go ahead and warn everyone on camera. I'm not afraid to admit it. I've never used these before or these crimpers, but I do have the correct tools for the job, so how hard can it be? Also off camera, I was noticing stream looks much better today than the last stream too. Awesome, good deal. Yeah, I had to go in and tweak a bunch of stuff in the Open Broadcast Studio. That's what I'm using to broadcast my stream, and tweak a bunch of settings. And I went ahead and removed the camera from it. That way, maybe it wouldn't be overloading my system too much. But I took a little round file too and just kind of relieved a little bit of plastic from right here, because whenever you go to put this together with those wires running around in there, I mean, there was hardly any room in there. And I know how, like, whenever wires and stuff wind up getting pinched, you wind up with a short most of the time. So I kind of wanted to relieve a little bit of that plastic. It just made sense to me to do that. So basically, where I left off, and I realized I didn't have the correct connectors for this, was we were right here, and I need to bring these wires on around and just find me a desired amount. I'm gonna say something about like that would probably look pretty good and be brave, which I'm not. And get rid of that mess. Don't need all that. So I've done a lot of wire cutting in the past when it comes to drone stuff. Sometimes that stuff can be a little unnerving, and the thing that I've found to make it work the best is just go ahead and jump in and get it. If you make a mistake, I have soldered wires back together before. I also got me a little bit of heat shrink here, put off to the side, because I'm going to heat shrink these. This is what it showed in the manual, or from KB3D's site, to just kind of add you a little bit of heat shrink right here. So I'm going to figure out about what I think I need to bring this on around. And I'm going to say that would probably be a fair amount right there. Click this and get rid of it. And I'm probably going to have to pull up KB3D's site too. That way I'll make sure I get these wires in the right place. This crimper should do good. If you have trouble, still, I had great success with the IWS 3220 crimpers. It does both crimps at the same time and is ratcheting. So these aren't ratcheting. I think I got these whenever I had ordered all the electrical. These are the 2820. Yeah, I bought those from KB3D whenever I ordered all my electrical components and stuff. So I'm just going to heat shrink this down for right now. Use my fancy heat shrink tool here. I'm happy to be able to get in here and actually get back to work on this thing. Very nice. Just kind of form it around. Let it cool down a little bit. And that should fit really good. Like I said, I cut me a little relief channel in there too. That way, I just felt like that was going to be binding really bad. The IWS 3220 are really nice. You tried a bunch of other crimpers and have ended up back using them primarily. Only downside is that it is hard to see if the insulation is far enough in the connector. Well, I think I got a solution for my eye problem. I don't know why I hadn't used these earlier on. Don't laugh. But these things work really good. What do you think? We're a game changer for you in crimping and making harnesses. And I'm going to wind up having to make a bunch of harnesses because everything I'm doing all the wiring myself. So, you can already see I probably need to trim a little bit of this heat shrink off. Might have got a little too happy with the heat shrink. Yeah, so the wifey got me these for Christmas. They're great. They help a lot. Especially for those hard to see areas. So I'm just going to trim this heat shrink back just a little bit. I got a little too much. I think that'll be enough right there. So I'm pretty excited about getting back in here and getting this thing, finally get the stealth burner finished, and then I can move on to the next project. Part of the build anyway. I was so close the other day. There we go. So now I can pull that up in there really tight. Yeah, that's going to look good. Some heat shrink on it. And the door's not rubbing as bad. So now I just need to get the connector out. Worked in a tool shop in high school / college, so I am very familiar with that magnifying mask. No shame. Hey, I love it, man. It helps out so much. Yes. Yep, and I got some. I had actually finally broke down and bought me a solder rework station, so I got some microelectronics in here that I'm kind of wanting to tinker around with and see if I can't get them back up and running. And I'm curious as to what gauge this wire is. This is what I don't like about this PTFE wire. It doesn't really tell you the gauge on it like the stuff that has the silicone in it. It almost looks like it's about the same size as the 24. It could be 20. Looks like 24. You guys happen to know what gauge this wire would be on this little motor here? Is that 24 gauge wire? So not 100% sure how much wire I even need to get out here for these little. Never done this before, fellas, and I'm doing it right here live on YouTube. If I embarrass myself, I don't really care. .20 gauge, 24 for the heater and 24 for everything else. 20 gauge, okay. So this is 24 gauge. Yeah, I'm probably definitely going to need these eyeballs. Yeah. I can't even see the numbers on this dead blame wire strippers here. I was just talking with a guy at work today how I needed to go see the eye doctor. So you really don't need to strip off a whole bunch off the end here. Maybe 1/8 of an inch. Yeah, that looks like that's going to be about perfect. All right. See, I'm after the inside crimp first, more than likely. It's only a short lengthy strip. Yeah, it's really short. It's really hard for me to see, fellas. Wow. Somebody needs to go see the eye doctor. And I know I think I've said that about every stream now so far. Trying to make sure I put it in the correct slot. And that one's not going to be it. You're definitely looking at a rookie here. Might have should have practiced with these off stream a little bit. Never used them before. I just don't feel like that next slot right there is just going to be big enough. I think it's too. That might be it. It shouldn't be that hard to get them in there, right? Yeah, this is going to take a while. Having such a hard time seeing it. I think that's what's messing with me more than anything. So tiny. So tiny. Sorry about that, fellas. Please wait. Wow. This is turning out to be an absolute disaster. OBS studio reconnection successful. Seemed like everything was running smooth. Chat back up. Yeah, you dropped out for a couple seconds. Wow. I'm back. Wow. That's so weird. I mean, the CPU looks great on my computer. I mean, I must have something really screwed up. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look into that a little deeper. So I've seen where people made the comment and wore the shirts and stuff that said crimping ain't easy, and they ain't lying. Unbelievable. Could you guys please excuse me for 1 second? I got my work guys calling me. Oh, good Lord. Sorry about that, fellas. Yeah, I'm off work, but I'm still working in a sense. Yeah, it was my superintendent. He was calling asking if I'd like to have some stone trucks tomorrow. We're putting stone down in a parking lot. No worries, it just adds to the suspense. I swear, this is I done ruined one of these little connectors trying to figure this mess out. This is definitely an adventure for me, fellas. Learning as I go. So there's got to be some kind of little trick or something that I am missing somewhere, or I'm not putting it in the proper slot. These are brand new, so I don't know if it takes a little time to wear them in. It looks like I got it square in it. That might be it right there. I think I just had to get it started and get a little bite on it. So, yeah, let's try him out. Just sucks you really can't see what you're doing. Practice on some spare wire. That would probably be a better idea. I actually have a little piece right here crimped and ready to go, or stripped. That was a terrible idea, just jumping right on that motor. I think it's just as awkward for me trying to figure out how I need to hold these things and get it positioned is what it is. Never held a set of these before in my hands. And I jumped off and said, hey, I'm gonna do all this wiring myself. How hard can it be? Like I said, sometimes I could be like a bull in a china shop. I've got this little piece right here that I tested my strippers out on a while ago. See if I can't get this one crimped. There we go. You probably don't have to squeeze them that dab blame hard. Perform the JST so it looked like the U's and the V's in the next large size. That helps. You don't well, it showed on the thing that I put it in there backwards. Do you kind of just squeeze them at first? I'm not sure about these connectors specifically. Sometimes you have to use a pair of pliers to start bending the crimps when they come looking like, yeah, see that's what's messing with me, is that they're already kind of beat out a little bit like that. They're not wanting to be a perfect U and sit down in there in the size that I'm needing. I think that's what's creating the issue with me. So maybe I just need to take these little small pliers that I have right here and kind of go ahead and get them started. And it's so freaking tiny that my dad blame eyes just ain't wanting to see it. That first crimp that I actually finally got done, it looked pretty good. And then I bit down on it too hard for the part that actually crimps onto the insulation. Let's try it again. I bet I get it this time. Strip a little bit of wire here, about a 1/16 of an inch, maybe, if that. And we'll go ahead and get these placed in my crimpers. So are we having fun yet? Oh, Lord have mercy. I put the anaconda grip on that last one I done, and it caused me to clip the wire. Now see, that don't look too bad. See any wires sticking out? Let's see if I can get this next one. So I have to squeeze the little V in here a little bit. So I've actually ordered some drone parts in the past and stuff that came with these little crimps and connectors like that, but I didn't have these little tools right here, and wasn't able to use them when I needed them, which was kind of disappointing. Oh yeah, I see it working there. There we go, fellas. Let's see if this will show up on camera. Is that suitable? Does it pass? The tip of your crimper should be flat. The pliers you can use to squish the V a little. Oh yeah, sure is. Sure is. I think that looks good. It feels like it's on there. I'm giving it a good little tug. This didn't need to be so heavy-handed with it. I don't know if it's going to show up too well. I think it was being just a little too heavy-handed with it. Try inserting that into the white part and then practice removing. Yeah, I've got a lot of experience with removing these little connectors from the JSTs. That's really easy for me. I've done that quite a bit actually, and a whole lot smaller too. When it comes to drone stuff, I've often depinned a lot of it. But yeah, so it's in there. I heard it snap. And this right here, usually for me, I'm pretty confident in that. I've done that quite a bit. Just kind of pop these little ears up right here. Just give them a good little, just like that. Yeah, just firm pressure. Yeah, see, I put the death grip on it. I don't want it to come off. It's about like the story I was telling you guys the other day about how my brother tightens bolts on cars and stuff. He calls it blowing an elephant kiss. He's tightening it so hard yeah, and it just usually they'll snap. All right, so I feel good about it now. Got the first one, and it looks pretty good. We're gonna go after it. I'm ready to dig in. Sweet, successful crimp. If that is a sacrificial wire, try pulling it out of the connector now to make sure it holds. Yeah, that's what I was sitting there doing. I was tugging on it pretty hard, making sure it's going to hold. I mean, I'm sitting there pulling on it pretty good. Yeah, it's going to hold. Yeah. Yeah, and plus, these are newer crimpers too. Probably trying to, never used them before. I'm just trying to break them. Learn them, and they probably need to be broken in a little bit. So, how many of you guys have said, "Hey, I'm gonna. That's what I'm gonna do right there. I'm just gonna crimp all my own wires on my own build myself," and then realized, "Oh shoot." Yeah, that's a nice little end right there for. It's actually a lot better than the pliers for straightening those up. Yep. So I think I figured out how to hold them too. It's just getting them started. It's the biggest thing. Let's do it. And looks pretty good. Just dive right in. Let's get this one. Alright, so we got our first crimp on there. You got a kit with the wire harness. You ended up redoing pretty much all crimps on both ends for better wire management. There should be an attendant part on the side of the crimpers that should always go facing towards the wire. Is to avoid bending those little ears on the metal bit. That's interesting. I mean, like I just did right there. That crimp's gonna hold. So watching the new guy struggle with the wire crimpers. We're gonna get it done though, fellas. Let me go ahead and strip these off here. I wasn't expecting the wiring and stuff to be so tiny on this. Really wasn't. Right there, see how it's like a cutout intended on the side. You talking about like right here, this little cutout right here, David? Yep. All right, so that's the you're saying that's the wire side, right? So we've had all kinds of issues at the start of this stream. That might be one of them deals where it says, "Here's your sign," right? And I think I'm leaving too much of these little metal bits on the end too. I don't think I need to leave that little tab right there on the end. That should probably be flush with that little V at the back. That's to avoid bending the little ears on the metal bit. Oh, okay. And I said that backwards, face it away from the wire. Oh, okay. Well, I think that's pretty much how I done that. That makes sense. just gonna straighten these up. Oh, that just squares it up perfect. That little end. Just kind of fold them in a little bit, and that helps. Getting rid of that little V. It helps a lot. It kind of just goes ahead and rolls it on over like it needs to as well. Is what it looks like. Yep. I think the other thing that's really messing with me more than anything though is just the eyesight. You got to have some really great eyesight. I could probably still use a pair of glasses even behind these things right here. That would probably help me out tremendously. And I don't feel like I got enough wire stripped on that one, so we're going to strip it just a little bit more. There we go. There we go. Such fun. I was eager to jump in here and get live and go after it. Kind of rethinking life choices right now. I might have jumped a little too soon for closing, folding up at one end on that one. Probably should have waited. The iOS 3220 does both those crimps at the same time. That's why you liked them. See, that would have been, I didn't realize that. This is what was recommended. I think it was like recommended in the bill of materials maybe. I forget where I saw the recommendation for these. Yeah. I'm a little nervous now because I got so heavy-handed with that one. I actually cut that wire, the practice piece. Sometimes you gotta, I guess you gotta learn what not to do before you learn what you got to do. That makes sense. Oh yeah, there we go. That looks pretty. I seen that fold over real nice. Much better than the last one I did. And that's holding pretty good. So we're good there, we're good there. Let's see, how long did it take me? We're at 48 minutes just to do 2 crimps. Amazing. I'd probably lose my job by now. Those are still good crimpers. You recommend them. Everyone learns on them. Worst case, you rotate the extruder. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be bad. Go ahead and get us a couple of these out. Well, I'm happy to have somebody in here sharing this experience with me. That's for sure. Yeah, I have to go ahead and get them started in the right direction. They just don't want to. They don't want to start in there on their own. I'm gonna take a look at the wiring that's in the KB3D site. It shows the color direction and everything for these. Okay. Give these a little bend. Get them started, squared up. Try this. Take the JST connector, put in the 1.9, then the 1.6 spot, and slight pressure with form. Oh, it'll form them for the smaller size. Okay, we'll do that. Let's see. What we got? 1.6. Wow. Okay. Yeah. See, I'm sitting here trying to get all the way down to the very small ones to start with. Makes sense. Let's do it. And I think that might have been my problem all along, is I was just trying to go with the too big of a size or too small of a size to start with for the gauge of wire that I'm using. That might be my problem, fellas. Rookie mistake. Because it seems like that fits real pretty in the 1.3. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, that's a good idea. Form the bit and the next size up from the actual size. That's what you do to both spots on the connector. Yeah, so it's almost like I was using the wrong size to even start with. I was too small for the size of wire. That's a rookie mistake. But everything seems to be connected up really good, and I will be honest with myself and with you guys and say 2 of them ain't very pretty, and 2 of them I'm pretty proud of. So now I need to make sure that I get these wires put in correctly. That's for sure. There's always a trick. There's a trick to everything. That's for sure. No tricks of the trade. So what I'm looking at is, I guess I'm going to check this. Let's see where they're at. Right, we're all the way up here at the very start of what it shows right here. I'm just kind of basically looking at, I don't know if you guys can see that on my phone. I'm looking at what's offered from KB3D's site right there. And it's the LDO motor. So I'm going to try wiring it up exactly how they show it. And they even say, I think they give you like a color pattern here. I did see that somewhere. Yeah, it says they need to be. It says no, if you have the VRN edition of the stepper, the wires are a different color in order. So, but we actually have the LDO that they're showing in the diagram. So I'm gonna go red, blue, green, yellow. And I'm going to try to make sure I orientate this JST exactly how they have it. So we got red. So blue. Green. Do you have the connector you cut off? Probably has the same. Oh yeah, that. Duh. Yeah, I do. It's got red, green, yellow, blue. So I might ought to swap that around. What do you think? You have a connector you cut off. It's probably the same as that. Yeah, I bet if you check that part, you cut it off, it would be the same. JST, at least it's pretty easy to change later. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so yeah, I do have it. And Nick, that makes perfect sense. And just looking at it, it looks like I am completely backwards with what this connector had on it. But it's wild because like in this little diagram or this picture right here, do they have it wired wrong? Or is that just an example? It looks like it's red, blue, green, and yellow. And that was the way I was fixing to put it. But I'd feel a lot better if I knew it was put in the way that it came. That it was possibly going to go in. Blue, yellow, green, red. So let's disconnect these. Good thing about it is I do have experience in doing this quite a bit. On a lot smaller scale than this. I've been fortunate in the past to not break these little tabs. I'm saying that I want these. Come on now. So the motor, yeah, it makes me a little nervous, you know, hacking on the wires and actually doing the JST connectors, but I'm kind of glad I started with this one because the heater, which is something that I'm going to have to hack on, or the hot end, and make sure I get correct. That's a different ball game. I don't want to mess that up. Wish microfits were as easy to depend. Yeah, and I did get an actual tool that came with that Lenovo wiring kit, and I'm pretty sure that's what it's used for. Even though I've never done it before, when I first seen it, I was like, I bet that's what it's used for. Let me show it to you guys. What I do with it. Microfit 3 is There we go. It says pen tool. So I keep calling it a Lenovo, but Lineode. So they give me this neat little pen tool with that Lineode kit. It seems like a pretty nice wiring kit. Like I said, I didn't really want to have to buy all those wires and stuff and try to source all that stuff and figure it out. Yeah, it goes blue, yellow, green, red. So let's redo this. Blue. Come on, yellow. Sometimes my fingers are just too fat for these things. I think got that one. Yeah. Blue, yellow, green, and red. I think we're good. Maybe. And just to give them a little tug, see the red ain't all the way seated. I think it's because I got this little ear bent out too far here. Crimping ain't easy. I know why they wear the shirts. There we go. I think I got it that time. I just had it jammed up in there wrong. Nope. You've only had luck depainting those with the legit microfit extraction tool. Couldn't get knockoffs to work. Oh Lord. Frustrating because of that. You've depenned with sim tools. The housing is fine, but the connector isn't reusable. You could never get a sim tool to work, but also haven't tried very hard. Just cut and recrimp. Yeah. Make sure, just double checking my work here. Blue, yellow, green, and red. So that matches that connector. For some reason, this little tab right here just ain't letting me lock in the red one. All the other ones are locked into place, but the red one just ain't wanting to. It's not wanting us to go. Looks like it's not sliding all the way up in there like it's supposed to. It would be the very last one too. It's very weird. That's the thing, it's so easy to make them unusable, and that might have been what I just did with this one. Might have to recrimp this one. Because it's really not going up in there like it's supposed to. Yep. So whenever we fire this thing up and the extruder isn't extruding, it's going to be my first place to look. And I think what's happening is it's kind of bent up like a little banana right here. That's why I won't lock. Try a pick tool to release from the outside and pull wire. Can you see if it's the tab on the white part is sticking up or the red wire needs to be recrimped? That's what it looks like. This little crimp that I made right here for the connector looks like a banana. It's kind of bent, a little wonky. And it's forcing the locking tab up. That may straighten it out. Still, it's good crimp. I got a bite on the wire. I can see that. So it should have a good connection. There we go. We got her, fellas. And they aren't the prettiest crimps in the world, but I can see that all my little tabs, it looks like, are locked in. Still checking this yellow right here. It looks like it. No, it's in there. Nope. Nope. Bananas aren't good for crimps. They may not be pretty, but they will be hidden. I know that's right, Delmar. First crimps on the extruder, one of the most important pieces of the puzzle. Imagine that. But we got it. So let's go ahead and see if we can hook this thing up. And then I only need to do this like I think 2 more times. awkward place to have to get to with fingers as big as mine. Definitely putting the strain test on them right now, pulling on them. So I bought a brand new speed controller in the past. Taking some of these smaller JST connectors and plugging them in like this, and actually folded a wire over that was a power wire there, and it didn't push none of them out. Very nice. But folded a pin over that was a power pin, and it touched a ground, which ended in the magic smoke on that speed controller for the drone. So now I can probably put this thing in. I'm glad I filed in that little relief cut in that, because it definitely needed it. Or I wouldn't never been able to get this thing attached. Still may have trouble with the heat shrink on it. So I have a Bondtech LGX extruder that I bought for this printer right here a long time ago, and that's what had got me to looking at the boron stuff, was because I was looking to attach that Bondtech extruder to that printer, and then I come across boron. And I never really could get that. I got the extruder to run and have used it. It's a really good extruder, but there isn't really an official release that I'd seen out there for this stealth burner right here. I found something on Thingiverse where I'd be able to attach it, but whenever I started looking to build this printer right here in particular, I started realizing I probably wasn't going to be able to use the Bondtech large gear extruder for this setup because of the tap system that I'm using on it. So I decided to build my own, which is definitely an interesting experience. But I think we got her, fellas. So that's my first crimping job. Did it on the extruder. I think it's going to be fine. I sure hope so. We'll find out in the end. You have two stealth burners with LGX lights on them. Yeah, this one that I got is it's a big one. Came with a whole package full of bolts and all kinds of stuff. It's real heavy. I got it because I wanted to use it for printing TPU, dual gears, large gears. I got it for that reason. But let's see, let's put you on this camera right. Yeah, I got that one right there. I thought about using it on this build. That way I wouldn't have to build my own extruder. I did pay a lot of money for that one. But like I said, I just don't think it would have worked out too well with the tap kit or the tap system that I'm using, the unclicky. And like I said, I didn't see an official Voron release STL file for it either. So the only thing I could find to be able to attach that to a stealth burner was a Thingiverse mod that somebody had done, and wasn't too sure how well that was going to work out, so I kind of just said the heck with that idea. So basically where I'm at now, we're moving to the main PCB. If you're using Omron style probe, you may need to re-terminate the probe wires with the JST PH, but I'm not using the JST or I'm not using an Omron style probe. And that's something else that I'm probably going to have to look into before I actually start attaching things to the printer. I'm going to have to go ahead and run some wires and get them attached to this power control board that's coming from that unclicky tap mod that I'm doing on this printer as well. So I think we're ready to go ahead do our hot end and our thermistor. And I have the correct connectors for that. That came in that Lineo kit. I've done tried these out on that board. And in the manual that's provided by KB3D, I don't have these, I don't know what kind of wires you would call them. Like they have some kind of like cloth shielding around them. It's probably got something to do with the Revo Voron. Hey, Build It Basement, glad you made it. I don't know if you just seen me. I have stumbled and bumbled through this whole stream so far. It's been an utter embarrassment, but it's out there for the whole world to see. But yeah, so basically what I'm doing is crimping wires and trying to finish up this stealth burner. And we're going on to the Molex connectors right now. So I'm gonna get the hot end wires attached. I need to kind of see how all this stuff is gonna fit together here. And I'm almost thinking that maybe just maybe I need to go ahead and kind of start sticking this stuff in the printer. That way I can kind of see exactly how much wire I'm going to need, or maybe that'll stick together just like that. Maybe I should just screw all this together just to look at it in my hand and get it built right here while it's on the bench in front of me. Maybe that's going to be my best option. Still trying to work through all that. What you suggested as far as removing the material right here at the back, the 1/16 of an inch behind this power control board piece that goes behind the fan, I absolutely had to do that. Now I got a good solid, it's nice and flat, and everything's flush and tidy. And I depinned everything and went ahead and soldered all those wires on. I did that off camera the other night while I was itching to get back here and play with this stuff a little bit. So yeah, I'm thinking I might ought to go ahead and maybe run some screws in this. Just kind of look and see how it's all going to go together. That way I know how much wire I'm going to need to get all this to the top. But yeah, we about got us a hot end built. David, you didn't fumble at all. It was much better than my first crimping jobs, and with a lot less swearing. Man, I'm telling you, I'm trying to be mindful that there might be children watching this in the future or come across it at some point, but it's pretty rough. You named a video that almost a year and a half ago. You named a video. Oh, you talking about the crimping ain't easy? Yeah. You named that video? It's not. It is not. So basically what I'm looking at is I need to get my my hot end and my thermistor attached. So I'm going to say that I probably need roughly about X amount of wire right there, because the hot end attaches right here, the thermistor's right there. So I'm just gonna, here's the big money clip part right here. Ain't no going back, and we ain't scared to do it neither. That one's gonna, I left me a little generous amount, a little extra. Always learned in the past that it's probably usually a good idea. Leave a little bit. It's better to have some to remove than, because I can add it back. I wouldn't want to. Yeah, and that looks like, I think I'll just make both of these about the same length to be just fine for me. I think the phrase has been around for ages. Give yourself a little extra wire before crimping the repeato wires. That unit is expensive. Yes, it is. And I did give myself a generous amount. I hope. Too late now, fellas. No going back. Alright, so I've actually laid out what I need for these Molex connectors off to the side here. And I think that these are 20 gauge, if I'm not mistaken, the heater. And we got us some good crimpers. Also built a basement. I mean, not crimpers, but wire strippers. About need to put my eyeballs back on. Going cross-eyed looking at this mess. Alright, so now we got some bigger ones. These might be a little bit easier than small ones, I hope. I pray. Go ahead and cut me 2 of them off. Pretty excited to get this thing attached to the printer and move on to the next phase. It's amazing how much goes into building these stealth burners. I mean, there's a lot to it. A whole lot. And just gonna give this a little bend to get started. See, I'm looking like I know what I'm doing now. I'm trying to show off for Build It Basement, even though I don't have a clue. So I can definitely see where the wire goes into this one. It's nowhere near as wide as the other was. We're going to start big and go small. That was a good suggestion earlier. You guys, are you able to see what's happening as far as on this little camera angle that I set up right here? I want to tug on that too much, but it looks pretty good. Go ahead and smash that on into the very nice. I'm gonna go ahead and give this one another little love tap right here. This feels a little loose to me. And there we go. Are we getting better? The heater is 20 gauge, the thermistor is 24. The heater will be thicker, yeah, the black wire. Yep. Yep, don't forget the heat shrink before you crimp like I always seem to do. The heat shrink too late for that, fellas. You don't have any heat shrink on it. Oh, and that's Jack Black too. Hey, well, I read your comment, but I didn't notice that you'd even said. I appreciate you coming to my stream. I think this is the first time I've seen you in here. And we got Theodore Bradley in here. Howdy, how you doing? I'm an expert already. I'm a pretty quick learner sometimes. I was sweating bullets there because I'm doing it live, and I had never done it before, and I was like, oh wow. The pressure is on. I think the part that's really hardest for me though is it's just my eyes are just so terrible. I'm having a hard time seeing this stuff. Yeah. It looks like it even has some like really small crimps for the very, very end too for this one. I don't know if that's for like smaller gauge wire than what I'm crimping right now. Definitely isn't easy. 100% agree with that terminology. Will not argue against it with nobody. Nothing easy about it. That one ain't as pretty as the first one, but I think it'll do. That'll do, doggy. So when it comes to these, all right, I didn't do my homework on this one, I ain't gonna lie. These connectors right here, I'm sure that these slip up in here a certain way, or does it matter? Yep, you a noob. I'm definitely a noob. Definitely a noob. So before I go just sliding these up in here, I want to make sure that they don't go a certain way. I hate to get reckless with this mess right here. Which I guess once they're in there, if they stay stuck, they ain't coming out. And put it in the right way, huh? Thermistors and heaters don't care on polarity. The nub goes up. And up, when you say the nub, this right here would be up, where it don't have the clip, right? David Vera. Looks like it's got like two little wings on the side. Bites into the plastic. That way you can't drag it out too easy. It's hard to put it in wrong. Okay. That's what I kind of figured. Well, let's try it out. Let's see how they fit. Oh, look at that. Slid in there real nice. I heard something snap and click into place. Did I do this one right? Yep. That one's holding. Oh, that one ain't. Now it is. I heard it snap. Alright, yeah. And I can even see that the... I don't know if it's going to show up on camera. So that should plug right in. So now we just got a thermistor. And this is 20 gauge. It looks right. They do release. The release has a tiny notch in the socket. Oh. Well, gosh, she's in there now. It looks good. I think I'd be able to get it lined up on the pins. If the polarity doesn't matter, once I slide it in, as long as them pins are touching, I believe we're gonna have it. I sure hope so. And I'm going to need my eyeballs for this one because these little 20 gauge wires, or 24 gauge wires, I'm having a hard time seeing. So let me grab my eyeballs again. And a sip of water. Is my stream holding up finally? Because it was acting crazy there for a minute. Mr. 24 gauge dinner. And I appreciate all you guys being in here with me today and all the wonderful suggestions. And I think Build It Basement said it the other day, talking about I don't want to misquote him because he said it perfectly about how the view isn't greater than, I think, like millions or something like that. I think what makes us all great is us all be able to come together and help each other out. So, fellas, the wifey's got to take the stepson to work. I'm just going to tell her bye real quick. Just give me 1 minute and I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Yeah. Oh, all right, we're back at it. Black is harder to see. Look at the white one. I thought that polarity matters for thermistors. Learn something new every day. Nope, thermistors don't. No, I mean, they don't really. There's nothing clearly marking the polarity. I hope it don't. And put my eyeballs on this smaller stuff right here is a little bit harder for me to see. Actually, it looks like it has like a super small end for like smaller wires and stuff. So when I get really quiet, most of y'all probably are sitting there thinking, yeah, something just went wrong. And you would probably be right. That one looks terrible. I don't think I've bent up any of the really important parts too much. It's good and snug. But it definitely don't look as pretty. Got bad info in your pre-Voron days. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how in the world you would keep track of polarity. If you thought you, or if you needed to. This one's trying to act a little funny with me. And I noticed a really, really tiny one on the very end right here. Being able to look at it through these little, I guess you'd call these trifocals. There we go. That looks pretty. You could just try one way and it always was correct. You would just try one way and it was always correct. I guess it would be. All right. So I heard them snap in, and they're holding pretty good. Just give them a little tug and making sure. Yes, sir. And there we go. We got some connectors. Theodore, don't have time to stay, but I will leave it logged on to up your new hours. Cheers and have a good one. Well, thank you, Theodore. I appreciate that. That's awesome. I really do. So there we go. We got the hot end ready to go. I've got my motor attached to the back. And I think what I'm going to have to do to make sure I get enough wire coming from the unclicky tap, and I'm pretty sure it connects into like right in here. I'm only going to need 2 wires for the unclicky tap connection. So I believe we might just need to go on and get us a printer up here and have a look at it. Let me just see where I'm at in the in this little manual that KB3D has on their site. So we've got the thermistor and the hot end. Yep, and it actually gives me, it says this is the last of the toolhead specific wiring for the toolhead to MCU wiring. This guide is helpful. The pinout for the Molex connectors going to the MCU are below. So they actually give us a pinout for the Molex connector. Very nice. So there is something that is a little confusing, to say the least, whenever it comes to me using the unclicky tap mod and getting the wires run down to where I'm going to need them. So let's see, I think this goes with this. Let's get some stuff out of the way. We'll get us a printer up here, and we'll probably go ahead and we'll be moving on to the next step, which is getting it attached. KB3D wikis are nice. Glad they do them. That also link out. Oh yeah, to the GitHub as well. Yeah, and it's I'm really, so with this experience right here so far, I'm really liking KB3D. Number one, they're really close by the house. Well, I mean not like really close, but right here, I think they're out of Ohio, so I get stuff pretty quick from them because I'm here in North Carolina. And not only that, I seem to have gotten some really good quality stuff from them. I haven't had any issues. When they say it ships. I get it within 2, maybe 3 days at the most. And they do have a lot of very good information on their sites as well. So I'm gonna just try to clean up my little area here real quick, fellas, and get my printer set up, because I think we're probably fixing to start attaching this stuff to it. And I'm gonna have to hunt down, I'll probably be making some more connectors, I believe, for the unclicky tap, and I'll probably just use these wires right here. I think they suggested in the Boron GitHub repository where it was talking about the unclicky tap mod that you use. I think it was like 24 to 30 gauge wire. It doesn't have to be anything really big. Their microfit kit was very reasonably priced. Yeah, are you talking about the Lineo kit, or the Fabrico is great too. They are in Florida where I'm at and have gotten things within a day or two. Yeah, I've looked at Fabrico, and like I was nearing towards the end of having everything that I needed for this build. So a lot of the stuff that I didn't need, they probably had. but a lot of stuff that I was looking for, they didn't at the time when I was kind of breezing through their site and checking it out and everything. So this stuff right here really explodes into a big mess. You got to have a dedicated workspace to be able to do this, that's for sure. You're not just going to be able to throw this on your kitchen table and break it back down every night and put it up. So now you can do same day pickup from West 3D. KB3D is really good too. Printed solid are your main go-tos. Okay, printed solid, KB3D, Fabrico, DFH. I haven't ordered anything from Fabrico, printed solid, or DFH. So I guess I need to fix y'all up and get you a better angle of what's going on here. Because right now you're just going to have a gigantic printer in your face. Get my manual out. See where I'm at. But to be honest, I think I probably ought to go ahead without the manual. This is just me kind of winging it on this. You guys can't see, so I'm gonna probably jar you around a little bit, give you a little better angle of what's going on. Might be looking at the ceiling for a second. Let's see, that's good right there. It looks good. I'm gonna put these up top here. Alright, so where I'm at with this is right back here in the back. This right here is called the Unclicky Tap mod. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it at all, but I need to put some self-tapping screws in here with some wire, and I need to get all that ciphered out. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that wire put in here, and then that way I'll have it set up so whenever I go to attach to the stealth burner and all that stuff to it, I won't have any issues. Non-fam, hi, welcome to the stream, buddy. I'm glad you made it. Appreciate you coming in and checking us out. We're getting ready to mount a stealth burner on this Trident 250 build. I stumbled and tripped like crazy in the beginning of the live stream. All kinds of technical issues. I wasn't really planning on doing anything today. It just happened to rain like crazy last night, and I work in the grading business. So I was actually able to have a day to come out here, or in here, and actually mess with this some. So I guess I need to find self-tapping screws and get some wire stripped. And what it wants you to do, it wants you to place the wire in that little hole right there. And they said print several of these little pieces and figure out which ones work for your printer. This was the latest release for this little mod, and this it angles this, it puts the screws in at an angle, and it made sense to me because the actual linear rail I'm using, the piece that it needs to touch as far as the metal on the carriage is all the way forward. The whole thing isn't metal, so it's got to make contact with that carriage somehow. So let me see if I can find some M3x10 self-tapping screws. Delmar Franks at the Poor Boy channel. I would do a standalone video of the untapped clicky. Have not seen a video on it specifically. Okay, so yeah, probably wouldn't be a bad idea. But I do, because I'm wanting to get this, and I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to do it. So that's going to carry a current there for me. A standalone video to unclicky. Do you mean, when you say a standalone video of the unclicky, do you mean like getting it set up? Or are you talking about like right now what I'm doing as far as like putting it all together? That would be sweet. That's how we all start. If it works, you're the expert. Well, Franks, I was just about to say, this is my first time seeing an unclicky version of tap. Heard good things, and it looks like the best option for switch wire. Unclicky tap for switch wire? Building it. So, I got to get it wired. What I could probably do is, because I am live streaming it, I probably could like just do like clips, clip parts of me installing it right now, and make a video out of it. It's a great suggestion, and I appreciate that video suggestion. But like right now, in order for me to move along with this build and get this stealth burner attached to it, I'm gonna have to get these wires run, because like I said, I got a feel I don't want to have to pull this stealth burner back off later on. And yeah, that might be a tough little spot to get to. That's a great suggestion, and it's duly noted. So I'm just going to take some of this wire right here, this extra wire that was left over from where I clipped out from my yeah, I do have to test it. I mean, I don't even know how well it's going to work for me. I think it's going to work just fine. I hope. Going to grab me a general length of wire off of this. Just give it a little snip. I don't need a whole lot to really get it around the back side of the stealth burner right here. I think it's just going to be coming up from around here, and I need to run two wires in here. I think right here is where my actual probe is going, so it's going to work like a probe, right? Lots of firsts on the Poor Boy channel. Never built a Voron 3D printer. Never crimped any wires before. Just sharing my experience with everybody. So this is 24 gauge wire. I'm just going to strip me a little bit off. I'm going to strip a good bit. That way I make sure it feeds in that little part far enough to catch that screw. It has to catch the screw. Let's see if I got enough here. So basically what they give me, or what I printed, like I said, it's got this really small hole right here. I need to make sure my wire comes all the way through. You see, it's going to touch. Let's see, it's going to show up. So you see where the self-tapping screw comes out. Oh, there you go. You see a little daylight right there on my forehead. So I need to make sure that wire is coming through. That way it's touching. So it looks like you only need single and ground for this. So you need to worry about what I've read so far for this one, as far as unclicky goes, it doesn't work off of. You don't need it doesn't need power. It's I guess it kind of grounds itself on your carriage, and once your tap hits, it breaks that contact. But you guys can see right up here in the back, and let's see, stick this back up here. Yeah, so whenever the nozzle comes down, it breaks that contact from back in here. That's the reason why I got my meter out, because I kind of want to test it and make sure that whenever I break that contact, it's not going to beep anymore. No chance of blowing these ones up. Nah, you're not going to blow this up. You might blow yourself up, maybe if you wire it up wrong and happen to electrocute yourself. Hope that doesn't happen to nobody, but so yeah, if you can see, slid that little wire up in there, and you can see the wire is kind of fed through right there. So it's gonna, and then I'm just gonna take the screw. I'm just gonna take the screw and the self-tapping screw and just thread it on in there. We'll see how this goes. And already my wire is already trying to come out. So I kind of don't like this part. Almost makes me want to take it and I wonder if you can solder, like if I could solder the wire to the head of that screw, maybe underneath after I get it screwed all the way in. It didn't bite a hold of the screw and drag it the way I thought it would. It just seems like to me that's not a good connection. I don't like that at all. Technically, you could, LOL. You'd have to be trying to blow it up at that point. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen like a short video of the unclicky tap, but I haven't seen anybody doing it, and I'm not doing it to be different. I'm just doing it because whenever I started ordering some of these parts and stuff for this printer, I knew tap was a new thing. I didn't want to spend money on a probe, an Omron probe, and go through all that and then say, well dang, I'd like to upgrade the tap, and then have to dig back into it again. I just wanted to go ahead and have it functioning and working, set up. So that does have a little bite on the, I just threaded that little self-tapping screw in there, and it does have a bite on it. Pretty good. Screw sticking out a fair amount. So let's get our second wire. Go ahead and strip it. And I'm going to do something a little different with this one. I don't like the way I done that one. strip a little bit more, a general amount, a very good amount of wire, and then I'm just going to kind of wrap it around the head of this screw and then thread the screw in. Oh, wait a minute, I can't do that. I got the little hole right here I need to feed this stuff through. This seems like to me that we might could do better than that, but it'll get you by in a pinch, I'm sure. So Voron, I think, put this in there to kind of help with they call it the Voron hug in the documentation, where they release something new and people rush like crazy to get the new product. And it winds up drying out all the retailers and stuff. So DigiKey didn't have the optical sensor. KB3D, I looked at them just yesterday looking for the optical sensor for the tap, because I'm still not sure about this myself. Supposedly the new tap board design is done and out to suppliers. Untap looks like the easiest way to get it done. I saw the new PCB up on GitHub. Yeah, it seems like to me you might could be able to do something a little different than this, for sure. So that's attached. See the wires in there. And it gives me a little zip tie point back here at the back for this. Yeah, that doesn't look good, fellas. Shouldn't do that. That's a problem. You wouldn't want that happening, would you? As long as it works reliably for you, I'd stick with it. Yeah, let's see if I can get it to work. Yeah. Add the weight of the tool head, you think it'd push it back down. The thing of it was I had so much screw sticking out the end of it. It wasn't even picking it up off the wasn't even picking it up off the right there. It's touching. Oh, there we go. So it is touching the. Oh, sorry about my head, fella. So I guess now I just need to. Get the wires attached somehow. These screws right here are just a little too long. Had to back them out some. I like the angle though. The angled piece was that was where it was at as far as 3D printing that part first. You know, they suggested 3D printing all of them, figure out which ones work for you, because they left They left link or STL files for several of these little pieces for different size screws and stuff. They said just find the one that works right for you. I think that's it right there for me. Just need a little adjustment. That's what was holding it up. And it is touching the carriage. But now I just got to figure out how I'm going to get the wires attached to it. Hey, good afternoon, First Layer. Welcome to the stream, buddy. I just kind of jumped in here last minute. I'm glad you missed all the fumbling and bumbling at the beginning. Please don't go back and watch the very beginning. So this is based off the magnet coming into contact with the carriage. So it's not the magnet's not. I don't think this little magnet that's in there has anything to do with it. I think that just pretty much keeps it held in place in the back of the tap. I think it's based on the wires coming in and making contact with that carriage. I don't think it has anything to do with the magnet at all. It's really interesting, but now I need to figure out, and I've never, I think these are stainless steel screws. I've never soldered wire to stainless steel. I don't know if that's going to work. But the screws aren't biting onto the wire and holding them in place like they're supposed to. The magnet is the contact. Yeah. Yep. It's kind of like the contact for the in the back of the I have to go back and watch. Oh Lordy. Hey, so we've never crimped we've never actually done any crimping with the iWis crimpers before. Never done that. And I jumped in here on a live stream thinking I'm just going to damn do this. It ain't going to be no problem. And it took me about 45 minutes or 30 minutes to get one crimped, or two. I can't remember. So I made my wife a moderator, and she's loving it. She can get on here, and if any of you guys step out of line, she's got the authority. She's got the power. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do to try to handle the situation of it not, it's too big. That hole is big enough. Sorry, flipping you guys off. That hole is big enough to be able to stick the whole wire with the shield and all, or the insulation on it and everything, the wire insulation. So what I'm probably going to do is just feed it up in here and then strip the wire and just wrap it around the head of the screw. That way it stays in contact with that screw. Because whenever I just try to stick it up in there like they suggested in the wiki, like so, it pulls out really easy. And I kind of don't like that too much. Make sure you guys all behave. Yeah, we get get DeWitt 3D Canada in here, he starts talking all that stuff. He talks about stripping and things. Yeah, this ain't that kind of show. Balls and all that stuff. Maybe we can get him in here one day. Maybe hard to solder the magnet without melting the fixture. I don't need to solder the magnet. I was talking about soldering the actual wire to the. So right now, what I've done is I've just kind of fed it through this little hole right here and brought it up, and I'm gonna strip off enough wire, I guess, to just kind of wrap it around the head of this self-tapping screw. And then I'll feed it back down in there, and hopefully that's got enough to make contact. But what I was talking about soldering it to, the wire to, was this stainless steel screw right here that came with my kit from West 3D. But I don't even know if you can solder to stainless steel. Never done that. So I can't say that with 100% certainty. Not melting the fixture. Yeah, I don't need to solder to the magnet at all. Has the band hammer. Yeah, she's got the band hammer. Drunk with power. Might be able to drop a bit on it after it's in place though. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, band already dropping screws. So I think it would be to my benefit to solder the wire to the wire, kind of wrap it around the head of the screw, and then solder it in. It's definitely fidgety. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Yep, Jack Black, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop a little bit of solder on the wire after I've kind of got it in place. I know the wire, I can get the wire soldered up. I actually have a little piece of solder right here close by, and my iron right here at hand. And it don't take but a second to heat it up. If it solders to the stainless steel screw, well, that's even better. Don't want to get it too hot because I don't want to melt the plastic. Let's see how well that does. That would do also and melt at a lower temp. Yeah. So my solder that I use is actually it's lead and tin. I like lead-based solders. I know a lot of people don't like using them because they can be not quite as good for you. But I like to use 60-40. I like to use 60-40 lead and tin solder. I think it's like 60%. 60% lead and 40% tin, I think is what it is. So yeah, I think that's going to do it. Kind of like that. That extruder wire is 26 gauge from the LDO docks. 26 gauge. Yeah, it was really small. And I like I said, I think for this little unclicky tap mod right here, I think they said you can use anywhere from 28 to 30 or something like that. So this 26 gauge should be just fine. Now I might be telling you wrong, so if you're thinking about doing it, don't trust what I'm telling you. You might want to look for yourself. I'm sure it'll work just fine. What you been hoarding for years, Jack Black? You wire? You ain't like me and got a drawer full of it, do you? It says Delmar Frank, 18 to 22. So I probably need to maybe that's why I couldn't get a bite on it. So, Delmar Franks, are you saying 18 to 22 gauge for this is what they're saying in the docks for the unclicky tap? Is that what you're telling me? Because if it's 18 to 22 gauge, then that makes sense to me why these wires right here are kind of being such a pain in the butt as I'm putting the screw in it, and they're not wanting to stay in place, and I'm doing all this fancy stuff right here. So if that's the case, I have some 18 to 20 gauge wire in here, I'm sure. Yep, on the GitHub, 18 to 22. So maybe I should pull this mess right here back off, because I want to follow what they're telling me to do. Exactly. It's awful big wire for that. It's heater wire gauge. You have some spare. Actually, I think I do. I don't know if that'll be enough to get me around. That's what I clipped off of the Fadus Rapido right there. That may be enough. Bigger wire equals more contact. Bigger the wire, faster the signal. Okay. So now, I wonder, I don't know if that's going to be enough wire to get me around to power distribution board. But I do have some bigger wire in my wiring kit. So this is probably 20 gauge wire right here that came in that Lineo kit. What would the 20 gauge wire actually measure on some dial calipers? They ain't none of this stuff labeled, and I think that's what bothers me the most about the wiring. That's copper stranded wire that's in it as well. I'm just going to pull me out some wire here and use it. See how that looks. See how that does up in there. So, let's see, I think this is probably 20 gauge wire here. Yeah. That's a whole lot bigger wire. Need it stranded if it flexes. Need stranded if it flexes. Let's see. Let's pull this wire back out. Let's see how this bigger wire right here does in there. I think this is heater wire. And we'll put a little screw in there. .20 gauge, 0.5 millimeters. All right. We'll give her a quick measure too here in a second. See if this holds it in there better. These little self-tapping screws or plastic screws I'm threading them into my fingertip. I'm trying to get them threaded into this little plastic part. See, look at that. That's actually holding on its own, that little screw. So that's probably why they suggested maybe the bigger gauge wire as well. It's a little better bite, maybe. Now it's still trying to come out on me. Yeah, I can pull that right out. Yeah, I'm not liking this. Wrap it up in a circle, clockwise direction, and wrap around under the screw head. Yeah, that's exactly what I was fixing to do. Cut me off enough to do it, to be able to do that. Because I ain't quite cutting the wire long enough. I'm cutting about that much off the end there. So I just want to check this wire gauge real quick. Let's see if this is 20 gauge. Hope it is. I put a fresh battery in my dial calipers. They kind of killed over on me. So Amazon really brought me all kinds of things I needed today. I need a fresh battery for my digital calipers. Oh yeah, it's already coming on real bright. I can actually see it. And I needed some wire strippers and of course those JST PH connectors. So this is 1.37 is the outer sheath of this wiring, or this wire. And the diameter of the wire is 0.82, 0.81 according to the calipers. So this may be just a little bit bigger than 20 gauge. We're going to wrap it around in a circle in a clockwise fashion. Try that out. Got me enough out that way, but it has to go through the hole first. Oh, this is frustrating. Sure you guys want to go through all this for the unclicky tap? Because it is a little bit of a fidgety experience. Let's see. Grab my little small tweezers right here. I'm just going to pull it on up through a little hole right here. That way I can get it out here and wrap it around the screw. Maybe just stay bit onto it like that. This seems like a kind of a haphazard way of doing this. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Be nice if it was like some kind of just a little connector board or something, just something other than a damn optical sensor to be able to attach to, solder it up to, screw it down to this. I'm sure whoever makes the first video walking people through the untap will be popular video. I don't know about that. This one right here is rough. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, shoot. So the issue that I'm running into with the unclicky tap so far is what it calls for in the manual is running your wire into that little hole, of course. I'm going to show you guys that, and then threading your self-tapping plastic screw in there, and in theory it's supposed to bite a hold of the wire and I guess hold it in place, but it's not doing a very good job at that. So now I'm trying to get it to where maybe I can do something weird and get the wire up through there, wrap it around the head of the bolt, and then screw it down there, or the screw, and then screw the screw down in there. But that's becoming a bit of a challenge, and I'm sure a lot of people would be like, I don't want to deal with that mess. So I don't know if that would be a very popular video, David Vera. Would a heat set improve it? So, maybe. But I don't think I could get a heat set down in it would give you something to solder onto, because you can solder on the brass, right? Pretty sure you can. So I'm just, right now I'm just kind of, there we go. All right, I got my wire up through there, and I got a fair amount. There we go. So I've got that, got the wire fed through it. It's just fidgety on the other part. I think the zip ties are for the pull-out protection. Yeah, that's probably what that is. So I've actually got a fair amount of wire coming out the top of it right now. And I finally played with it long enough, I got it coming through there. So let's see if we can't thread this thing back in one more time. And if I get that to where I can wrap this around the head of that screw as it's, before I get it all the way down in there. So right now I've left out just a little bit. See how I got the wire? I got a little bit of the head of that screw out right there. Hey, there's DeWitt 3D Canada. Man, I'm so happy to see you in my stream. This is the first one I've seen you in, and you are the reason I'm building this thing. You inspired me to do it, and I really appreciate it. Watching your build stream, your build video, that pushed me over the edge. I had to do it. Had to do it. Watching DeWitt 3D Canada build that. I don't even know if you've named the multicolored 3D printer yet. So, clockwise pattern, got it wrapped around the head of the screw, and I'm just screwing it on down in there. Now it's got a hold of it. It's not coming out. Just had to get a good amount in there started. And I'm hoping it's going to give me a good enough signal. There's all kinds of wire in there. Now, taste the rainbow or something like that. The Skittle printer. All right. So I think that's going to be enough stick out right there on this angled mod right here to get it to work. One thing I don't really like is all this boogered up mess up here at the top of the screw. Mike could even could make this like a permanent fixture. Just drop a solder blob down in there once I get it done, and I know it ain't going nowhere. So now I just need to get me another piece of wire that's probably going to be long enough. Come around the other side. Let's see, that's going to be probably plenty right there to be able to make my connection. So I'm just going to cut this piece that I cut in half. Remove this screw that I've done screwed in here. Finally taking a break for lunch. What a day. It's lunchtime over your way, huh? It's 4:35 p.m. here in North Carolina. We just had lunch earlier. We'll be looking for dinner pretty soon. So all I'm doing, I'm getting me enough wire. I think this is what's going to work for this for me. I'm getting plenty of wire stripped off the end. That way I can get it started through that little bitty hole in the side. And then I can feed it and actually get it coming up through the top there, so I can finally get a hold of it and pull it on through with my tweezers. It's not perfect, but I do get enough wire pulled through there to where I'll be able to, once I get it pulled out and I guess re-braided and twisted, then I can feed my screw through and it gets a good bite on it and it holds it. Trying to make sure I don't have any runaway wires sticking out everywhere. Don't want it touching things that shouldn't. Now just thread my own screw on in there. I think we about got us another one, another side done. The big thing that I want to see is if it's actually going to work. If I can, we'll put my little meter on a beat test and see if we're getting continuity through that rail. Try running the wire down the hole the screw goes. It might cut the wire as the screw goes in. Well, oh, okay. It's just a test. Well, I've kind of already got this one started going around the head of this screw right here. That would work pretty good too. Yeah, that would work pretty good too, Dilmar. Actually, it would probably work really well. But tap using a magnet and a signal and a ground wire only. I don't think just from what I see, I really don't think the magnet's doing anything for it. The unclicky tab, other than holding this little piece in place that I'm kind of putting together right here. Gary T, hey, welcome to the stream. How's the weather down there today? It's gotten cold down here in North Carolina. It's not really, I'm sure, it's not too bad right now. I think we're like in, let's see, might be able to see on my computer. Yeah, we're 50 degrees right now. We were pretty close to freezing this morning. So I've got my wires. And it is just barely trying to make sure both of the screws are touching, and they are. So now I want to see if I'm getting continuity through this carriage. And if I am, it should work, right? Strip these wire ends right here. So we're definitely getting continuity through the carrier. So let's see if it's gonna break the signal, which it should. Let's see why it wouldn't. You give me some of them. I guess they're called. I guess they'd be like alligator clip style. Little test ends for my meter. That way I don't have to do all this fancy stuff right here that I'm fixing to do. So I can free up my hand. That or just invest in some alligator clips maybe. I think that's going to work. I think it's going to work, fellas. Don't know. Now I just got to get it down to the board. So this is what I was after, was getting the wires put in. That way I could finish installing the stealth burner. And this pretty much, they left me some zip tie points on the back of this for these wires. I think they just kind of, see, let me grab some zip ties real quick. Sounds right, yep. I think, do yourself a favor and get the LED or the LED kit for your Innova. It has the clips in it. Makes some testing much easier. Okay. Same as points. Alright, so what was I after? Zip ties. I was glad to see that work, because I wasn't 100% sure about that. And I just kind of want to take a quick look at the unclicky tap. See how this goes in behind all this mess, because I don't want to. I think it's going to be fine. Bringing that on around. One zip tie there. Just kind of hold that in place. Yeah. Get this zip tied down, and then the other side. Yeah, there we go. I think that'll be just fine. I don't want the zip tie to be in the way of the stealth burner or anything, which I don't think it will be. Don't forget to give the wire room to move with zip ties. So I'm hoping that this wire isn't going to move too much. Oh yeah. So actually the wire's it's not moving that much. really don't understand why they put the magnet on it. Does that make any sense to you guys at all? Why the magnet's in between it? Because the wires aren't really touching the magnet at all. It's like the magnet's just holding that one little piece in there. So I don't know enough about this stuff to really say for certain the reason why the magnet's there. But I will try to leave me enough wire, I guess, for a little bit of flex. Because it does say something about that. Leaving enough. So there is a little bit of flex in it. And got a little bit more if I need it. All right. Hey Nuno, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. I'm trying to get the wiring for the unclicky tap, and I think I'm ready to start attaching this stealth burner to this thing finally. Got my wires back here. I think I'm to that point. Let me find my little manual that I've been using for days in here. My tablet. How's the build going? It's moving kind of slow. I'm kind of doing things that I haven't seen a whole lot of, so kind of just flying by the seat of my pants at the moment. But I think it's going very well. So yeah, we're ready to. I think I'm ready to attach the extruder. So now I'm finally back to the actual manual for the stealth burner, and I'm ready to attach the extruder to the frame. And this is where I was curious if my wires were going to get in the way, which I don't think they are. I hope not. So I need M3 by 8 socket head capture screw. Yep, this is the Clockwork 2 mounting, and I need 2 M3 by 8s. 2 M3 by 8. Splendid. And okay. So I think with these, I want to put this on the string right here. That way, if somebody who hasn't built one, I'm putting 2 M3 by 8s. I don't know if you guys can see that. Just a little hole right there and one right here at the very bottom. And I'm going to tear it up before I even get to use it. There we go. See, Tim, DeWitt 3D Canada, you ain't the only one that is prone to drop things. I dropped a whole Clockwork 2 extruder after I just built the damn blame thing. We're all prone to accidents every now and then. So yeah, let's slip this thing on down here. Let me make sure I didn't do any damage to it. It didn't fall very hard. It kind of, the little door give it a little. Everything looks good. The little door gave it some cushion. And we're just going to slip this baby on down on here. Let's see. Let's spin her on around. That way everybody can see it go on. Just put the head on this thing. Not too dark. Way too dark. Let's see. I'm not left-handed, so try not to block the light. Oh yeah, have us a tool head on here. Let's see, one after the wrong one. There we go. Okay, that looks good. But I can't usually find what I drop until the vacuum. Damn, to keep the cranes gotta go. What controller? Are you talking about the control board? I'm gonna be running the Big Tree Tech Octopus Pro on this one. Anyone know what the biggest chain for 20 by 20? Yeah, I'm missing all kinds of stuff. What's the unclicky tab? Yeah, I'm way behind in the comments here, apparently. So, what's the unclicky tap? So basically what the unclicky tap is, let's see, let me double check, make sure I'm talking to the Nuno, is I'm doing away with the optical sensor. And I'm only going to have these two wires right here that are going to run down to my controller board. And it's going to act as it seems like to me it acts as like a limit switch to a certain extent, I guess, you know, and that's how it's going to probe the bed. Tap is so satisfying to play with. Hey, it's nice when it's working. I just hope it works completely. So now we're at the point to where I'm curious as to, I feel like I missed something, but I guess I didn't. Oh, okay. Never mind. No, I'm good. Yep. So now we're ready to put our hot end on here. And I adjusted these per what the manual said, but for some reason, maybe I overcompensated a little bit. So I just need to back those out just a little bit because it's not sliding up in there like it's supposed to. I guess that's just to get you close. And let's put this on here. And because it's got the tap on it, I'm sure whenever I go to force this up in here, it's gonna want to go. So I'm kind of curious as to what's keeping it. It's not really wanting to go. Did I measure these wrong? I got them too close. They're supposed to have been adjusted at 2.5 millimeters is what I read in the manual if I remember correctly. There we go. There we go. Snug as a bug in a rug. So that is I'm also seeing, yeah, it's awful tight. I'm also seeing like on the back side right here, on these corners, it's hitting these little screws, these little bolts right here that I have no idea what the purpose of those are for that I put on here. On that a little bit more, see what's going on here. Yeah, it slid up on there a whole lot easier after I loosened that up a little better. Yeah, that looks a whole lot better. It's not hitting them screws now. So I think what it was is I just had those top two little bolts that you leave sticking out just to kind of hold this thing in place. You had those just a little too tight. It don't look like it's really hitting anything that it's not supposed to. I think it Sense Probe's nozzle. It's a friction fit to hold the hot end until the bottom screws are in. Stealth burner front. Alright. There's no optical sensor, just ground and signal wire. Yeah. David Vera. Okay, what's the difference? Alrighty. So now that's in. I need my M3x50s and 3 M3x25, and the bolts are slightly longer than necessary. This is on purpose, a QOL feature. Okay. So I need 2 M3x25s, and I have my 2 M3 50s right here. Let me just find some M3x25s. Okay, so this is definitely gonna bother mine and probably other people's OCD. Got the black M3x25s here and stainless M3x50s. That's going to be annoying. I think the wires make contact via either a magnet in there or by contacting the carriage of the rail, and when it pushes up, the wire loses contact, i.e. continuity. David Vera, you're spot on. I don't think the magnet has anything to do with it. It's by contacting the carriage of the rail. When it pushes up, the wires lose contact. Yep, it breaks the contact with the linear rail. So we're ready for the stealth burner face. I think. Pretty sure that's where we're at. Let's make sure everything's kind of slid on up in there like it's supposed to be. And this has got to plug into that power distribution board. I have to get me some stainless steel screws. Either that or some black anodized ones. Trying to keep this where you guys can see it and try to stay out of light as well. I don't have very good lighting right here. It's on the other side of the printer. So I was so close to this the other Saturday. Didn't realize I didn't have the right connectors for the arcade PCB toolhead. Imagine that. JST PH connectors. There's so many different styles out there. It's unbelievable. Of JST connectors. I wouldn't have never thought it. I just knew I had the correct ones with the drawn stuff. This should be long enough to thread into, pretty sure. Does that not thread into the tap? The tap body. Oh yeah, I see the heat set insert right there, so it should thread into it. There we go. See it going now. Wow, this freaking screw goes for days. Finally got a bite on it. Alright guys, this is a little uncomfortable. I'm going to spin this all around this way. You get the idea. Just poor camera angles. thought it was all the stripping. Man, it's amazing how them things just jump right out of your hand like that. Wish I could train them to jump right into where they're supposed to go when you're done with them. That would be great. So yeah, those stick out pretty good out the back. I mean, this is done intentionally. I guess there's a reason behind that. Those bottom screws are the reason for an electric screwdriver. Yeah, I agree. All right, so there she is, fellas. We actually have a tool head on this thing. Took me all weekend to do it in a day. So now, I might have to do some more crimping. I think, like I said, 2 of these wires right here, or these 2 wires that are coming right here for this unclicky tap, I'm pretty sure they're gonna, we got a problem. Yeah, we got a problem. I'm not taking all those screws back loose for this problem. Hopefully I can resolve this like this right here. Oh lordy. Don't know how I missed that. I thought it plugged in way too easy. Way too easy. So I missed the top 2 holes whenever I plugged in my power distribution board. And let's see. I gotta get the screws out first. Show you. Yeah, that was a big mistake. Wow. That would have been bad if I wasn't seeing that. So what I done is I missed the bottom 2 pins right there. Luckily I didn't bend none of these whenever I was plugging it in. Go ahead and plug this motor right here real quick. Might be a little easier on me. Yeah. All right. So I am missing the chat like crazy. Those bottom screws are the reason for an electric screwdriver. Remember seeing that? Came for the crimping, stayed for the stripping. Sometimes the bottom screws don't line up quite right for me, and I have to back out and adjust. Nice. Yeah, it's very nice. Do it. Couldn't be happier. Yeah, it really, that red, I mean, it doesn't look that pink in person. It almost has like a hot pink or fluorescent red look to me. What I'm seeing, it don't really have that fluorescent red look in the actual color. I don't think he seen that he hit the 200 yet. Did we hit the 200 subscriber mark yet? Subscribers, we done hit that. I'm building my cousin a Prusa caster guitar with that Polymaker Red ASA. Space gray equals the best. Very nice demo. Yeah, I like that space gray, and it said it was a limited edition, but last time I checked, you could still get them. I bought this frame right here from KB3D, and it was the very first purchase of this build. I just bought I didn't buy the kit. This is the LDO kit. but I didn't buy the LDO kit. I just bought the frame kit that KB3D was offering. I'd seen DeWitt 3D Canada's his build, and just knew I wanted to build one of them things. After watching him do it, it's very entertaining to watch. And not only that, I knew it was going to be a really great printer. But I'd ordered the space gray frame because I thought it looked really nice as well. David Vera, the other reason for the Fabrico Micron Space Gray. Yeah. Can't wait to see this thing print. We're not far from it, I think. Definitely inching closer every day. Every day I come out here and tinker with it. And now I've just started live streaming this whole process. I kind of don't. I know a lot of you guys turn up about every time I've been coming on to YouTube. And I don't want to change that. I'd like to just live stream the whole build process. That way everybody's kind of followed along with this. They get to follow it to the very end. See it through. This is definitely going to be interesting right here. I don't want to have to unscrew those super long screws and take the face back off, but it went together so much easier. That way, let's see, let's make sure I get this thing put back in correct this time. Yes, DeWitt 3D Canada, I absolutely stole this idea from you. It is outstanding. It is utter genius to think of putting a Lazy Susan in here to be able to handle this project right here. So I might have to take the face back off the stealth burner because I just don't see that going in there without me doing something really stupid. Oh, there it goes. Okay. There we go. Good luck finding these dead blame holes right here. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Put my motor wires back up here. Find my tweezers. There we go. All right. Plug in our so I can see in the silk screen printing that that's the thermistor. Right here's the hot end. Go ahead and get those plugged in. here. I really don't like that really thick. I guess it's alright. That really thick. Come on. The door's annoying. I need some smaller fingers. What a pain in the butt that is. There we go. Come on, baby. There we go. There we go. So, oh, that tucked in really nice right there behind that little screw. Nothing's getting in the way of the extruder gear. That's going to close up really nice. So now we're back to crimping, and I just want to double check myself and make sure, but I think I need to put these two wires right here. It's going to be for this unclicky tab. I think I need to put these two on these two outside pins on this top. There's really not anything that's telling me that's where that goes, but it does show tap in KB3D's in their little wiki for this Hart K power distribution board here. So I'm thinking that's where I need to attach these two wires. Yeah, Jack Black, this is the Hart K. Yes, sir. Power distribution board. Pretty sure it is. It was labeled Lineo. I guess I bought that one from KB3D. But let's see. I had it up here the other day during the live stream. But yeah, it says Hart K on it. Pretty sure. Yeah, let me just check my documentation and everything, but yeah. So the first boron that I ever build, I do all the crazy mods right there off the jump. You know, everybody suggests building, you know, go with the afterburner first, build the afterburner, and then I guess follow the manual to a T and all that. And I get what they're saying as far as that goes, but I really just want to build it and have it the way that I wanted it from the beginning. I knew that I would be, when I was seeing this stuff right here showed to the public, I knew I was really going to like that. So I decided to go ahead and get after it. Yeah, she seems like she's pretty smooth. Just need to get these little belts tucked up in here where they're supposed to go. Yeah, guys, looks like to me we got us a tool head on here. I'm doing my tweezers. Always in front of me. So I had the guy who came in, it was Theodore. He came in the other day from one of your streams, First Layer. If you're still here, subscribe to the channel, which was cool. And he was offering some helpful insight. He said that I should probably post some, work on my videos too. I haven't done any videos in a while. Actual just video editing and doing a video. The guys gave me a really great idea tonight and said, or today, and said, hey, you probably would want to go with show it because nobody's done a video on the unclicky tap, that you probably should be put one together, and that makes sense. And I'll probably do that. Probably take this one and clip it at the end of the stream or whatever, and edit out a video, and then add my own little touch to it. But it seems like to me that since I've been doing this and I've been doing the live streaming and at the First Layer and Build It Basement, really kind of pushing me out there and just kind of showing my channel to people, it's grown a lot. And it seems like to me that the method that's been working for this channel so far, number one, is the 3D printing stuff. Seems like it's really popular amongst people. So one thing I am seeing right here, now see I'm getting sidetracked. It looks like ever since I attached the wire of the zip tie, maybe it is touching. Looks like I've lost contact with this screw over here. He said I should do more, just add some more videos too. To my channel and make sure I stayed on top of that, and that would help it grow. But what's been working so far for me is actually the live streams, and then doing the and the YouTube shorts. Seems like it's been working really good. It's a great idea to repurpose live content. 180 will be a super fast and rigid size 2040. Super motors. David Beer, two-wheel drive at first, but will eventually do four-wheel drive. The headline, can't find the optical sensor, here's untap. Yeah, that sounds good, Delmar. Yep. Yeah, and I mean that's a great idea to do I think it's a really good idea to do a video. Let's see, I'm not going to be able to get to that. That screw right there, I was kind of wanting to run it down a little bit further because I swear it looks like to me it's not touching the carriage anymore for some reason, which is kind of odd. Because it was. And we tested it out a while ago. It was. It broke the signal, it broke the contact. Maybe it is touching. My eyes are just so terrible. No, it's not. I think after I zip tied it down, something got in there. Ain't a good way to get in on that. I might have to take it. Here we go. So basically, what I'm doing right here is I seen that my screw isn't all the way touching the. It's not touching the carriage anymore, so I'm just gonna run it down in there a little bit further. So I think it's touching now. I don't know, I guess whenever I put the zip ties on it, it kind of... Yeah. That's a boogered up mess on the back with all that wire. I probably should have did like, I think it was Delmar suggested run it down in the hole and then thread the screw in. That probably would have been the best option to go with that one. More than likely. So yeah, now I just need to make me a little connector right here and double check the connection right here, the JST connection. Make sure I get that put in the correct place for the tap. So I'm just going to go back to KB3D. Have a look at the wiring. And yeah, I see two little wires coming up out of the side, basically about where I have them. And yeah, they're going the far right. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think one of them, the one on the furthest left would be the power. And I don't need the power. Helpful to loosen screws holding the main PCB. I don't need to do that. Your Andrew is giving you an awkward look. Oh yeah, it's giving me an awkward look from the very beginning. I ain't like the way it's looked at me the whole time. And it's going to probably be getting a makeover before too long. I don't know if I've told you, but David, but it's got printed parts down here. Some of them, not all. It does have some printed parts down here for the Ender 3 to switch wire conversion. I'd watched Steve Builds do that was another thing that got me really looking at the Vorons, was I had watched him do a Ender 3 to switch wire conversion, and I really liked that, and I started printing the parts for it, the skirts and all that, and got away from it for a little bit because I'd actually got this thing back up, got it back up and running pretty good and printing really good, so I just kind of left it alone for a little while and decided to just leave it be. Then I started printing all these parts right here for this printer, because it did do really good while it was printing them. So I'm gonna need to get my eyeballs back, I can tell you that. Yeah, check continuity. That's what I was thinking. I should check it again. I was thinking that. ahead and let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and strip these wires off and put these little leads on the end. And look, I might be able to get enough on it to test it. Yep, that's a good suggestion. Yep, we got the continuity there. Yep. So that little door's getting on my nerves. Show that again. It showed the reason for the magnet. It showed the reason for the magnet. It showed the back going up and down. Oh, I don't know. What you trying to see, Delmar? We got the continuity check. Just figured out the reason for the magnet. Showed that again. Showed the reason for the magnet. Showed the back going up and down. All right, so let me spin you around here and get you a little closer to this camera right here. Maybe that'll give you a little better view. So you can see the little face back there. Let's see. They put a nice little face on it for you, and it's got a magnet in his mouth. And I really had to force that thing in there too, because it didn't want to go in easily. You can kind of see it. It just kind of holds that little plate, that little thing in place. But what's actually making the contact is the two screws back here in the back up against the carriage, and that's what's breaking the contact when it touches. Just like that. But she's all the way down. Did that help you out any? Was seeing that? Back at the stealth burner, you can move the tool head up and down, and the magnet allows the screw block to move. Yeah, it does. Yep, it sure does. Yep, it allows it to move freely, and I think that's just the whole purpose of that magnet right there. So it may need, and I may need to adjust it a little better because it looks a little wobbly back there. It looks crazy. So it'll definitely need some adjusting. Kind of doing a little side step. Almost looks like the thing's broke already. I think it's just this wire kind of pulling down on it pretty hard. Might be one of them optical illusions. But yeah, I think it's gonna work. We'll find out. Crash a nozzle into the bed one. I think it's gonna be fine though. So now I need one of these JST PH 3-pin. Guess you'd call this a male. I think that's a 3-pin hole. Yeah. So I need one There's 3 pins. Everyone was asking about the magnet, though. Thought it would be good to show it off. Oh, okay. We printing today? Wow. I don't know. It'd be nice. There's still a lot to do. It'd be nice, but I don't see me getting it there today. I don't know how long I've been streaming now. I'm going for a minute. We'll get it there eventually. One thing at a time. Some eyeballs going on here because I can't see nothing no more. I know I say it a million times. That one went pretty nice. That is some finicky stuff, fellas. Buggered that one up. First one looked like a dad blame professional done it. The second one looked like a 3-year-old did it. Alright. So that is definitely not easy. Let's see, I need them on the, it's gonna go like so. So I need them on the outside. Alright. Snap these babies in here. I think I put it in upside down. Big dummy. Let's see, right there. There we go. And number 2. And we just plug this up here in the top. Like so. There that is. And let's see. Let's see if I can catch up with the chat here. Steve makes it look so easy. Man, he does, I swear. But he's that's the difference between me building. This is my first one and first time ever crimping anything, and he's built quite a few of them, I'm sure. But it ain't easy. There ain't nothing easy about it. So basically, let's see, I'm gonna spin this around here. That way everybody can see. We got the make a mess. So I took the unclicky tap and run the wires that I run for it up here and connected them into this. This is the probe port, and I think this is what KB3D shows on their site as far as where you hook that up. I'm thinking that this is your, one of them is your signal and the other is your, probably your ground or whatnot. Definitely don't want it on that far end when I think that's your power. What I'm going to do is just to kind of test it out. We'll go back and look in KB3D's site, figure out which one of these pins right here is my signal pin, and I'll just ground my. Well, no, that won't work because I don't have the hot end grounded yet to the frame. But I could probably find a ground in there in the connector somewhere in the PCB. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just look for the signal on the ground pins and see if we break the signal again. And I just kind of wanted to button it up just to see what it looked like, all closed up real nice and pretty. Yep. So there we go. The hot end is finally on. Stealth burner is there with the unclicky tap. I want to get my digital little meter here out. Double check. Triple check. Make sure we still Steve still came for the crimping, stayed for the stripping. Oh shoot. Okay, so probe signal. So probe signal should be this top corner right here, this top left corner. what it's showing me. And let me just find the ground. And it's going to be, the ground's going to be this second one from the bottom on the left. So we got the top left and the second from the bottom. So let's try this again. If it even gets in there and touches the pins, I see them in there. Might touch them. I want to force them in there because I don't want to bend it. Maybe it's not reaching them. Feels like it is. On the wrong ground. Got LEDs wired? Nah, not yet. Power supply, unit ground, probe signal. So yeah, I mean that should definitely be a ground for I don't think they're making it to the actual pins there, and I don't want to force it in there because I don't really want to bend them. These probe tips are way too big for those. It's the easiest thing to do would be screw it all up. Well, hope the wiring's good. Or I have something wrong. Overthinking it, just use the test light. Hey, I got one of them too somewhere. Not in here. No, I'm worried that I might have put those in the wrong spot. The two wires. This is when connecting the two PCBs see, in the wrong place. It says if you're using an Omron style probe, you may need to re-terminate your probe wires with JST-PH. Double check your wiring. Requires 24 volts and ground signal in that order. So yeah, that I do have it right as far as the ground and the signal, and that's what I was concerned about, was making sure I had the ground and the signal in the right places. So we have Sahadi. What's the next step? The bed? So that's everything for the stealth burner. I'm pretty sure, other than what? It's froze? Is it back up? Is it back up, babe? Are we up, fellas? What's going on here? Is the live stream froze up, fellas? I think my wife was telling me that the live stream had frozen up. You good there? Yeah, they saying we're all good, babe. I think it's your end. My moderator, her end froze up. Okay. So yeah, that's everything for the stealth burner, and now I guess I need to get back to the Trident manual and just see what I got. Where I need to go from there. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be probably the build plate. Okay, you showing now? Yeah, because I was sitting there looking at it and seeing that everything looked like it was up and running pretty good. See your downloads, assembly manual. Find my place. I ain't looked at this one in a while. I've been working on everything else, so I gotta figure out where I'm at. Okay, so we've completed the hottie, and sorry for the long pause. I was just trying to figure out where I was at in the build. So we're past the tool head now, and everything as far as in that part of the build. And what's weird? How did I wind up skipping over the bed? And why? Was it because everybody convinced me it was going to be too heavy? I know what happened. I had got to the belts and needed to attach the tap mod to it. So I decided to just go on with the stealth burner and get the tool head attached. So yeah, we're on to what it's looking like now is we are actually on to the bed assembly. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that out and start working on it and getting it ready. Install the bed frame and install the bed last. On a serious question, why do we install the bed last? It shows me in the manual, or maybe that's just print bed preparation. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Gotcha. Yeah, we can go ahead and get all the frame and stuff like that, get that stuff together and ready for it. But actually it does show the print bed going on there. Most people do the bed later, like now. We're almost printing. We are. They're so close. So close. Almost. We gotta get a bed. Got to have a bed to print on. So guys, I'm gonna go ahead and prep my bed. I will get it prepped, cleaned up. When I got this bed right here, it came full of freaking grease and everything. I might do that. Might do that in a later time. Yeah, I'll probably just go ahead and electronics are next, and you'll want to Do that upside down, keeping the bed out, reduces the weight and accident possibility. It gets in the way if you do it sooner. So the bed will get in the way if I do it sooner. Well, shoot. All right. Yeah, I've heard most people talk about waiting for the bed. I ain't worried about the weight too much. But I would like to get the rest of the extrusions and all that stuff attached to it. So that might be, you can wire to the Wagos. Yeah, that's what I was just sitting here looking at. It was the actual Wago connector that goes under the bed. And that's probably the bed connection. So that's probably what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and maybe try to get these extrusions and the bed connections attached. So right now it's telling me to get this little part right here, and we're going to need some Wagos. I don't know what time it is where you guys are, but it's getting really close to dinner time for me out here, so I probably ain't gonna be going too much longer. It's been a lot of fun. We might have to come back and attack this thing again here pretty soon later on in the weekend. I'm hoping. So it says 221. So I got a 221 there. It looks like a 221. And you can wire to the Wagos under the bed. You was thinking 2.4, so listen to Delmar Franks, Electronics are next, and you'll want to, yeah. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say you want to keep the weight down and all that stuff, and probably could agree with that to a certain extent. It's a recommendation from Nero 3D and Steve Builds. You did the same. Funny thing is, you can work on it upside down on the floor for electronics. So how these Wagos just slide in there? Yep. Got a nice little lip right there for them to slide in. Maybe, or they snap in. Could fit. I was wondering if I was going to have to use some double-sided sticky tape, kind of hold them in place. So those are really neat. All you need now is a moonshine jug to complete that look. Yeah? What's the moonshine jug? What are you talking about? Moonshine jug. Wouldn't mind having a moonshine jug. Maybe even with some moonshine in it. Okay, so I got my Wago connectors put together, and yeah, we're going to do our bed assembly. So I'm going to get this thing out of the way for a minute. I've been doing all kind of mess on this, so I'm just gonna kind of clean it off. I might want everything. Yep. See, I didn't even see that. Went to go to wipe. Definitely gonna need to get a vacuum cleaner back here because you probably wouldn't want to walk around barefoot too very long. Wind up with all kinds of things stuck in your feet. Plaid shirt, trucker hat, just a good old boy look. Ah, yeah, we good old boys down here. That's how I grew up. I guess you'd call us good old boys. I don't know. Good old bad boys. I don't know. So I have the Del Mar. I actually have the Canovo. We got the Canovo. I hope I made the right choice on this one. I wasn't really sure. There's so many different options out there. But I went with the Canovo 120 volt, 300 watt. That's the bed heater that I have, and this is the build plate that I was talking about in an earlier video. It's really nice. I mean, it looks like it could be. It's got the West 3D printing logo on it, and I really liked it because of the boron. It's a PEI sheet, and it has the textured back, so it's reversible, which I really like. The only thing I wasn't too happy about with this build plate or this sheet right here was this corner right here is damaged a little bit. It's like it was dropped, and I don't know if it's going to show up on camera. This is supposed to be brand new, and this thing is just scratched to bits for the smooth side. I mean, they're not bad scratches, but I mean, you pay good money for this stuff, and you kind of would expect it to have come to you in fairly decent shape. Not like that, but I'm gonna run it. All right, so where was I at? Okay, we need extrusions. Full bed heater is preferred. Yeah. You're talking about something that covers like the whole bottom of the aluminum build plate, right? PEI always looks scratched. Oh, okay. So that's how it's supposed to look. I've never had a PEI sheet. I just assumed it was supposed to have been kind of smooth. So I need a M5 by 16 button head capture screw, and this thing's got one end is threaded, one is not. M5 by 16. It was Scotch Brite. It will help adhesion and hide the scratches. Typically you scuff it with a Brillo pad. Okay. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot when it comes to printing on PEI. That's the first PEI sheet I've ever had in here, so I'm pretty interested in using it. That's for sure. Let's see. what size that was. And we need to be 175 millimeters. That's what it's showing me. 175. Could I've gotten that lucky? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let's go that way just a little bit. Mostly use the texture side anyway. Yeah, that's kind of really what I like. If I want to get like something looking really smooth, and I've noticed like whenever I printed these boron parts for this build right here, that all I had was the glass sheet. And I kind of like the look of the texture, and I think all that's mostly personal preference stuff. Too as well. So there's 175. Buzz off there. I think if I just give it a little turn, it probably pulled it where it needed to go. A little harder turn. Yep. So I think we're looking pretty good, fellas, on this thing as far as the measurements. It's just a touch longer than 175 on both sides, but I think it's going to work. So gotta run. Good luck and have fun. Bye, y'all. Hey, thanks for stopping in and hanging with me, Delmar. You was a big help to me today. Big help. I hope to see you on the next one. I'm probably going to be wrapping this thing up pretty soon anyway. Yeah, because we're fixing to have dinner here at the house. So appreciate you stopping by. So now we need some M5 T-nuts and M3 T-nuts. So, I think it shows two. The back side. Alright, so we get three M3 T-nuts, and I think those are for the bed attachment. Two right there. And let's go ahead and shows the hole pattern going towards the back of the extrusion. Probably need to readjust this little camera right here, don't I? Not a very good view. Let's see. It might help out a little bit. And all of them seem to be facing towards the ends of the extrusion. Wait a minute. So it wants me to focus in on the back part here. All these face toward the back, but it looks like the ones on the sides right here, the M5s, are going to be one's facing toward the end one will be facing toward the end of the extrusion. This one, the M3 T-nut. Faces the end of the extrusion, and one M5, the hole is farthest away, faces the M3. So much easier putting these in like this. Alright, so I think that's all for that one. Oh, now we need some more on the side. So it calls for two M3 T-nuts on the right hand side right here, and then two M5 T-nuts on the other side. And I think that's for the Wago connector that I just put together. And both of these, the hole is going to be facing towards me. Just like that. Actually, I think that's for like the probably don't need those two right there that's on this side, because I think that has to do with the Z-probe offset, and we don't need that. So it might be something that I can omit. Maybe. Alright, so take these T-nuts right here, one hole's facing towards the end, just like so. This one's going to face out towards the back side of the extrusion. And now we're getting into some more of our 3D printed parts and the GE5C bearing. I'm going to need some M3x6 button head cap screws. It says don't over tighten, the bolts are used to position the bearing and are bolted directly into plastic, so we're going to need some plastic pieces, plastic parts. So I've been hearing my phone ding like crazy, and I don't even see it nowhere. So those are the parts we're going to need. The good thing about 2020 frames is you can easily drop in an M3 hammerhead nuts later on for things, unlike preloading for the V0. Yeah, for real. Some M3x6. M3x6. Yeah. Been hearing my phone ding like crazy, and I don't have the slightest idea where that thing is. Done lost it. And we're going to need the bearings, the G-E5C bearings. And I have these that came in this DFH has some of the LDO nuts that are drop in for 1515 still. I guess these are the bearings right here that came with the pouch kit that I've gotten from West 3D Printing, or POW GE. I guess these just kind of press on in there like so. Might as well go ahead and press them all in while I'm here, because I know I'm going to need them. I guess that's the shaft that came with the kit for the probably the Z Pro offset, whatever, the little switch. That one's not wanting to sit all the way down. Reason. Alright, so I think I got all that sent down as far as it needs to go. That one feels a little tight for some reason. Might need a little extra oil in it or something, maybe. The other ones feel like they're moving smooth. And let's see, which one does, this is the one that I want right here. Don't poke my eye out. Nah. It's a little itchy. I'm feeling it, fellas. Feeling the stream. Feeling the day. Been up since let's see, about 5:30 this morning, our time. It's been a day for sure. Yep, just want to make sure I'm doing this right. These are just to hold the bearings in. It says don't over tighten. I'll do my very best to not to. Can't make any promises. Just get it snug. So I'm hoping, I don't know how soon I'll be able to have that printer actually pushing plastic, but it ain't gonna be today. Probably won't be by this weekend, but I'm hoping really soon. I don't have a whole lot of time to be able to devote to this thing 5 days a week. I kind of got lucky. I was able to get in here and get after some today. Might be able to jump back in here on it this weekend. Move on to some of the other stuff. So we need some M5 by 10 button head screws. M5 by 10 button head capture screws. And I'm just gonna, I guess, roughly line this up. Now slide the whole T-nut out the end. Fits good. Really good. Let's see. So I imagine these right here just kind of would be flush with the extrusion right there, which I have them sticking out just a little too far. So I'm going to try to get them as flush with the side of the extrusion as I can. Just kind of going by feel. That feels pretty flush there. Snug him on down. Doesn't say anything about don't tighten them on down, so I'm gonna let them eat. And it's probably gonna have me prepare the back on 3x6. this is gonna be for the rear. Gary T, I bought most of the parts individually. I bought a lot of kit, like stuff, I guess you could say, like West 3D Printing offered a complete hardware kit, and I jumped on that because I didn't want to have to source all these little bolts and screws and nuts and all that mess. So they kind of offered it all in one shot. So yeah, I bought that as a kit, just like KB3D offered a complete wiring kit without having, that fit the bill of materials in the Voron sourcing guide. So I bought that, and then for the most part, all the parts have been, just kind of sourced them from here and there. I did order some things off of Amazon, very few. I was kind of limited on the parts that they offer some links that's from the Voron website. Those were the links that was offered in the Voron website. As far as the sourcing guide, I would use those parts, but if it was anything other, it wasn't offered there or linked there, I didn't use them. I just went with another vendor that I knew was a reputable vendor, West 3D Print. A lot of people seem to speak really highly of them. That's where I got the hot end from, and like I said, the build plate, I think they actually use a different company. I ordered it through West 3D Print, but they used a different company to do the build plate. But yeah, most of the parts is sourced. That is better than you don't need to buy 100 bolts if you only need 5. Yeah, I kind of thought about that too. I was like, well, if I buy this, let's see, where's my head at? Yeah, like the kit, or the little bolt kit that I was using, to build the stealth burner. I'm glad I had it, but that was something that I've had in the house for a while. I'd purchased a bunch of, stuff for my nephew a while back, and that happened to come along with it, so I was fortunate to have those. But yeah, it beats having to buy a whole bunch of everything that you don't really need. Totally agree with you on that. And I thought that was really neat. And just like the Lenovo, saying that right? The Lineo, I keep calling it Lenovo. The Lineo wiring kit I bought from KB3D, it has basically everything that I need in it to get this printer wired up and going. So I didn't have to source all the different gauges of wires and stuff like that, and Wagos and whatnot. It was kind of all in one neat little kit. And it said, hey, it fills a complete bill of materials, and just like the LDO frame kit that I have. That you could say that was a kit, but it's not the complete LDO kit. It's just all the extrusions that I needed, pre-cut, pre-drilled, pre-tapped. Had I come across Richard's video from the first layer, where he's actually showing, he just recently did it, showing the tapping and the cutting of the extrusions. I might would have attempted that myself. I'm pretty ambitious sometimes. I like to try to tinker with things that I'm not real familiar with. So I'm not sure how far this thing right here needs to slide on this part. It looks like to me they got a nice little turn down right here. Maybe that's just going to line up perfect with the frame. Huh, perfect timing. There's KB3D right there. Hey, KB3D, welcome to my stream. Enjoy using your parts. We've got a lot of great stuff here. That's pretty exciting. All right. So there's some M5 by 10 button head capture screws here, capture screws, whatever you call them. Glad to hear it. I see the sticker on the bench too. Yeah, we try to keep you up there. That way people kind of see what I'm using whenever I'm doing this little build, because a lot of people like to ask, hey, where'd you get your parts? This is the LDO kit that I actually purchased from KB3D right here. This is what got it started. This is the first purchase I made. Was the space gray limited edition frame. Sure enough, we already have this one built. And did I put them on backwards? I did. I did put them on backwards. Huh. Yep, I'll put these on backwards. But this is the inside out printer build. For those that don't know, according to Shawdell, I built it inside out. So I just told him we just like to reverse engineer stuff around here. So I think I got it right this time. And I need two more M3 by 10s. Yeah, we got a lot of stickers. Got a lot of stuff here. We used the KB3D kit for the tap. That's the hardware kit for the tap. It's really nice to have all that hardware in one place. Just like someone said, it's all right there in one place put together, where you don't have to buy a whole bunch of stuff that you really don't need. Got everything kind of ready to go for you. Really nice. Really nice. So, I guess we're ready to attach this baby back to the frame there. Or to the frame. I'm going to give it a home. And that's really nice. That's the last of the frame. And let's readjust here. Kind of give you guys a little better view. I don't know if that's going to help at all. Probably about in the general area I'm going to be working. Maybe. So, send him to Murph and we'll buy them back for store credit. Buy them back for store credit. I hear you. Send him to Murph. Where in the world is Murph? Alright, so we need M5 by 16 button head capture screws, and I'm going to need 3 of them. And I think this is the part where, yeah, this is where the bolts or the nuts fell out of the bottom of the 3D print there, so those have been kind of sitting off to the side. So just double check. Yeah, M5 by 16. And they may be over here. I'll put them on the floor. Midwest Rip Rap Festival, Goshen, Indiana. I'm out, y'all. Have a fantastic rest of your day and a great stream. Hey, thanks for showing up at the first layer. I really appreciate your support and everything. And it's been a joy to have you in here with me. I'm hoping to be back at it again, maybe this weekend, and keep plugging along at it. I think where I'm gonna find me a stopping point right here. I'm gonna go ahead and get this little bed assembly attached, and then that's gonna probably be it for this stream. Yeah, I'm probably gonna call it. I really enjoyed your company, and I appreciate you appreciate you being in here with me. So, Midwest Rip Rap Festival. That's Indiana, Goshen, Indiana, June the 23rd through the 25th. So I have never been that far away from the state of North Carolina. And it would probably be extremely hard to get me inside of an airplane, even though I am a certified drone pilot, but my brain doesn't leave the ground. So let's get this thing up here. But it sounds like it would be a lot of fun. I have seen some guys doing things, posting videos about stuff like that. I think that goes like right there. Is that what it's showing me it does? Yep. Rest right on top of that little plastic thing. Let's see. Drop this thing on down a little bit. Very nice. Very, very nice. Only about 2.5 hours drive. I would drive. I would probably drive. Is it on a weekend? June the 23rd, 25th. Three of them, because I think all three of them fell out whenever I tried to install them. Here comes the beauty of having these ball-in socket wrenches, and I guess you probably don't want to torque down on this too hard, seeing as how kind of held in place by, I guess you just leave them kind of loosely. I don't know if I need to tweak down on that too tight or what. I don't want to give it too much. Might not be too good for it. Let's see, we're back here at the very, very back. Very nice. We got us a bed assembly here. Have some place to put the bed. See how well this, oh yeah. Huh. Okay, I'll take that. I like it. Probably a lot closer than Steve Beals. I think he is driving there from Sacramento, California, Indiana. Yeah, that's right. I remember years ago we had some guys that actually come down here from Indiana, and they would work all week long and then they'd go back home on the weekend. So yeah, I don't think it is very far. Let's see, where am I at now? So it's wanting me to put the bed on there, but I'm really not wanting to. I'm fighting that. And my back's definitely telling me don't put it on there right now. Especially if I gotta flip it and move it all around and crazy stuff. So I'm thinking, let me get this Wago connector. That goes like right there. I can go ahead and put that on. And like somebody said earlier in the stream, that way I can go ahead and get it wired up. Some of it. Makes sense. But at some point in time, I am going to have to do it. Put the bed on it. Don't want to get myself confused. I need a M5 by 10. Let's see, right here. I need two of them. Nero would be coming from Canada. It's almost 11 hours to there from here. That's what I was thinking, Jenny. Them guys that was coming down from Indiana to work, I was thinking that they said it was about a 10-hour drive where they were from. They were pretty funny guys. They would buy a trunk load of cigarettes and take them back to Indiana with them on the weekends so they could make a killing. They loved working down here. Alright, so that looks like a good spot for some Legos. I'll take it. Nick, maybe go next year and you can show off your 3D printed drones. Well, I'm hoping to have a whole fleet of them. That's the whole purpose behind this project right here. For the most part. Yeah, I'm hoping to have a whole fleet of printable drones. And not just, freestyle type, FPV type drones. Like I said, I like the idea of kind of like the model aircraft like style things where I can create a model and somebody can print it, and maybe they could even 3D print their own model, build it from scratch and put GPS on it. It'll fly itself pretty much like one of those DJI drones. That's the dream. She's coming along nice. Gary T, is that where you're from? Alberta? Alberta, Canada. So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to figure out what exactly was said to me up here. He says, I don't know if you're still in here, KB3D. It says, send him to Murph and we'll buy all them back for store credit. Are you talking about the hardware? Send. Z-chain anchor. And a bottom panel. So yeah, it's gonna start looking like a printer real fast. All my extra stickers. Jenny said I have a collection. Oh. Yeah, we got quite a few in here. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3. I don't know if these count on the hardware kit. But yeah, there's quite a few in here. I'm sure there's some more in another box back here behind me. Y'all running low on stickers? Send them all to me. Okay. So yeah, this is so skipping past the bed kind of threw me off a little bit. Everything's telling me to put that dabbling bed on there, and everybody else is telling me not to. And why is that? Is it because I'm just a slave to the instructions here? Is that what it is? Because everything's telling me to follow it. But I'm going to listen to the voice of reason. I ain't going to put it on there. I'm sure to make it a lot heavier. So where I'm at right now is the Z-Chain Anchor. I have it 3D printed. And one thing that I did do, I messed up. I don't know if some of you other guys have caught it in an earlier stream. But I put this roll-in T-nut in here on both sides whenever I was installing this, and I don't think I'm going to need it. But I do need hammerhead T-nuts for these for the Z anchor, and these corner extrusions they call for hammerhead T-nuts, and then that is it. So I'm thinking those things, I don't want to see them in there. So I got to figure out how to get them out, because they're not going to be hidden by the plastic. Rocky Mountain is definitely closer. I will have to be next year as the Maker Faire and be here this year. John Bima. He says, because they don't know how to follow instructions. He's talking about this dude. Better to have and not need it than need it and not have it. Oh yeah. So, yeah, that's really bugging me with these T-nuts back here in the back, because I don't see anywhere any further in this build where I would need those back there. And I don't think I'll be able to tuck them away instead of using hammerhead T-nuts or hammerhead nuts and hide them under these plastic pieces that are going in the corners right here. So I might have to try to figure out a way to get those out. And Golden Jaguar 3D said that it can be done, but I don't want to destroy a frame either, trying to get it out. So, yeah. Let's see here. If I could tuck them away up under here somehow. I don't think that ain't gonna fly. She looks so pretty so far, I don't really want to ruin it. And that's an M5, and this right here probably only calls for an M3. Yep. So those are definitely going to have to come out. And they are going to bother me until I get them out. Leave them. Yeah. I mean, they went in, they got to come out. They'll have to come out. So guys, it's usually dinner time this time right here around the house. And I'm probably going to sit down with my wife and enjoy a nice little dinner. I can smell it cooking, and I am getting a little hungry. It's been a real joy having everybody in here with me. I thank you guys all for your support and everything. Just sitting in here chit chat with me, banter back and forth, beat me up a little bit. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly fine. So I'm hoping to get in here this weekend, and we're going to move on a little bit further with this thing, and maybe get her to a point to where we actually got some electronics installed. But yeah. We actually have a tool head on it now, and that was the ultimate goal for Saturday's live stream. But because of my mistake, it wasn't going to work. But we got the tap going there. We've got Got her bed mount place. So yeah, she's moving right along. Pick tool, roll them out. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing. Jack Black. This I got a more than just this one too. I got quite a few little pick tools, and I think I can get them. But hey, KB3D, and I appreciate you stopping in and checking out my stream. John Beeman, Nick, Jack Black, Gary T, and anybody else who I may have missed. I think the first layers done stepped out. I appreciate all you guys coming in here and checking out my live stream. But I'm gonna sit down and enjoy the rest of my night with the wife, and you all have a really good rest of your night.